dream. I'm here to dream. I'm here to from churn some butter from cream. These are the things that I'm here for. I just watched the horrible, horrible USC game. I was just waiting. There. USC lost to UConn. Really, I think, SC got outcoached. Hi, Yago Ferrer. But I just couldn't even watch the very end of it. I just had to say, enough's enough. Enough is enough. I'm just going to start a stream with a totally unrelated topic. Hope for the best. Hope for the evening to proceed in more pleasant fashion. I did enjoy watching Caitlin Clark and Iowa beat LSU, but Admiral Mighty Buffoon needs to poop, and here I am. It's excellent. Wonderful to hear. I think I'll start a poll that asks, why did your last relationship fail? Let's see. Infidelity. Differences regarding kids/marriage. Kids/marriage. Slowly grew apart, or one of you was toxic. This is my good choices. All right, so we'll see what's going on here in the old chatteroo. We've got contribution from a few different people at this point, including Milkman. I'm going to have to obviously not include in our activity tonight. Clint's permission slip says, "What's your favorite laxative?" Well, it's a good question, and the answer is Smooth Move Tea. Maybe, I don't know. Can I do a whimper audio reaction? I don't know what that is. How are you on this first day of your birthday month? I'm fine. And how much time should I consider so we can have the typing session? Oh, are you the one who I emailed telling me the day and time and I haven't checked my email yet? Or did you recently pay? If you want to tell me the time right now, Iago Ferrer, I'll put it on the calendar right now. Just give me the day and time. I'll put it on the calendar and then send me an email saying I'm Iago Ferrer, and I'll make sure to invite you to it. We can do that right now. Look it up. It seems a little iffy. I mean, I don't know if it's something gross or something. I don't really want to do it. Well, still, 10 years ago, last relationship still counts as a last relationship. Kelly Lovato says, hello, anything good going for Fool's Day? Not particularly. All right, well, I mean, let's see. Whimper audio?
Meow meow.
Or spelled, you mean whimper audio? I don't know. There's too many possible things here. Or too difficult. That'd be fine, but I don't know exactly what it is. Jaylee Chias says, how old are you, mate? I'm 52 years old. I'm 52, and most people don't work on themselves, so they're likely toxic in some way. You know, I don't think that's really true. I'll go for air. I think most people probably are not toxic. And I think it's a kind of a clear, bright line between toxic and non toxic. Yeah, I'm married. Here's my wife right here.
Hi.
Um, Joe Jimmy, squiggles to you as well. Leftover pizza filling out bills new month. I guess I'm the fool. Well, Rachel and I went and paid some bills today. We paid some property taxes we need to pay. And we got our medication at the supermarket and, the whole 9 yards. So, Fet E. Sour Jr. April Fool's Day was cool 59 years ago, says Happy Hippie. Uh, my marriage didn't work out because my heart belongs to a woman called Rachel. JC.
JC, that would be wrong.
Adric says, I enjoy tax evasion. Well, you go ahead and enjoy that then.
Yeah.
Yeep never ends. Thanks, RGT. Just chilling. We've been together for 4.5 years now. Been married for about 7 months or so.
Yeah, we have been.
Even though she at the store today, she told some lady her name. She called herself Rachel Appaloosa.
Yeah.
It's 13 years. It maybe looks like more, but I'm 52, she's 39.
Sorry that I messed that up.
That's fine, okay. Get out of there, y'all. So, anyway, yeah, she's 39.
Yeah.
So, how old is my vibe age? It seems younger. Yeah, she's 39. Uh, because I was a sissy ass liberal, blind to the truth of being a man, I showed weakness and she broke up with me. Well, I mean, if she broke up with you because you showed weakness, then she was not anybody you want to be
No,
with.
she's definitely not.
You want to be with a woman who you can be vulnerable around. You know, you don't want to be with somebody that you have to be tough all the time.
No, it doesn't
What
work.
what kind of a significant other is that gonna be? That's not gonna work. Happy Hippie says, been with my husband since I was 20 and I'm ready for a divorce. Well, I don't think that's uncommon. People get together that young.
Do you have kids, Happy Hippie, if you don't mind my asking?
13 years difference. Are there any challenges because of the age difference?
I don't really notice any.
I don't really notice any either. I mean, it is the case that people are Wednesday at 11 a.m. Yeah, 11 a.m. on Wednesday. Sure, we can do that. Put it on the calendar. Eat. What's your name? Igor? Yago. Yago typing. Save. Let me find your email. Oops. Okay. Well, could you send me an email, please, right now, and just say this is me, so I can more easily add you to the calendar. You have 3 grown kids. I'm 44. I had 3 kids by the time you were 25. Wow, that's really interesting. Um, yeah. Anyway, We don't experience. I don't think really any concrete problems because of the age difference. It's not like we've got different tastes in things, really.
No.
Rachel doesn't like anime as much as I do, but we both like very similar music. And when we do watch shows together, we tend to, if it's good, we both tend to like it. If it's not that good, we both tend to not like it. And we watch some sports together and stuff like that too. I just don't feel much of a generational gap. Maybe a couple of language habits.
Yeah, definitely language habits, and some, only some cultural references, but most cultural references, I know what you're talking about.
Well, sure, because with the internet, we all have access to everything.
It's true.
But like, she'll say things like same and this.
Yeah.
I see as being, it's sort of like abbreviated talking of younger people.
Yeah.
I was in my 40s when I got with Rachel, though. I was like 48, I think. 40, yeah, I'm not sure.
34.
Yeah, 47 or 48. Um, Anyway, I have 2 divorces under my belt already. This is my third wife, so good thing for me is neither of my divorces cost me anything. Yeah, I thought it was a good title. What do you think? I have, I had, I also had a girlfriend between my second wife and Rachel, somebody I actually didn't marry.
Mm.
Though I thought I was going to.
Yeah, you were engaged, right?
Yeah, we were engaged, but then she demonstrated to me what a horrible person she was, and I said, "That's it. I'm calling off the engagement." A funny source says, "Wow." So, like, 3 of these things are things that might qualify as ways of previous relationships of mine ending. First marriage ended with her infidelity. Second marriage ended kind of like we slowly grew apart. The girlfriend after that, she was toxic. This one seems to be fine.
This one?
you know, Rachel had never been married before this marriage.
Nope.
And yeah, she's had long term relationships, obviously. But no disrespect, but I wouldn't have married him with that many divorces. Two divorces, too many.
But they.
I mean, the thing is, it's not like I was a bad relationship partner in those relationships either. Does Rachel generally prefer partners with age? Remember, we've been together now for 4.5 years, so you'd be talking about who she dated prior. I suspect she probably did date people her own age more prior. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, uh. Yeah, age really wasn't like a thing that I thought about. I dated people who were my age, who were younger. One of my boyfriends was older by 10 years, so like I just I go by more of like how much we gel, how much.
I mean, that's what it boils down to is a divorce is not an indictment on marriage. It's not an indictment on, commitment, long-term relationships or whatever. It's an indictment on our ability to choose the right person. So it took me until this marriage to choose the right person. And the reason she's the right person is because we're super compatible.
Yeah.
We don't bust each other's chops about the things we don't want to have our chops busted about.
Yeah, we don't.
And, some people might call that kind of relationship deactivating because it means we don't push on each other to be productive or accomplish things.
No. The things that I would be busted on with that, I would want to do. So it's good that you don't do that.
Yeah.
We're both resistant to people telling us what to do.
Yeah. Well, it had to do with fourth and eighth slot SE, I think.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, I wasn't really behind the push to get divorced from my second wife. That was really her pushing to leave that marriage. She had married me when she was 21 and I was 31. And so, you know, she obviously kind of outgrew the relationship. But mostly what happened was I quit drinking and it changed the dynamic of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rachel does not nag me. If Rachel doesn't have to nag me though. I'm trying to read her all the time, you know. We're not really trying to, just unavoidably so. And the way that plays out is like if I suggest something, say something, and she just sort of pauses, maybe takes a breath, then I know what that means. How did we meet? We met here on the channel. She was a fan of the channel before when I was still with Kimberly, and participated in live streams, left nice comments on my music and stuff. When Kimberly and I split up, I basically was like, okay, I need to get a new girlfriend, and because this time though, let me look around the channel and see. Because the previous time with Kimberly, I'd gone the opposite way. I said, let me be geographically local. I don't want to have to deal with some kind of long distance thing, people flying back and forth, whatever. So, yeah, well, it's true. People change, things change. But at the end of the day, um, if you're with the actual right person and you're that compatible and you're prone to wanting to be in a long-term relationship, not everybody wants to be in long-term relationships,
Yeah.
and that's fine too.
Yeah.
Um,
I definitely do, though. I've always been that way.
so yeah, well, alcohol is never going to be a factor here. It says, uh, Fet, Fetty Sour Jr. says, this is nice. I saw a live yesterday of a violent couple chat called cops.
Wow.
One in jail for a long time. Alcohol was a little bit
Jeez.
of a factor, but this is nice and refreshing. Recently, I don't drink alcohol,
No.
so um, that's not going to be a factor here ever. And yeah, we have an incredibly peaceful marriage and life.
I like it that
Yeah,
way.
there's nothing chaotic going on around here. You know, I do such things as take the trash out. Um,
Sometimes I get like dumb anxieties, like Like I read something that tells me that our relationship isn't good. Like whatever. It could be like psychologically incompatible or astrologically neurology. I get
Yeah, I want to stress when she's saying that she reads something and tells her our relationship isn't good. She doesn't mean that she's like referencing her own experience in the
no.
relationship. It means she's reading some article that says
Yeah.
numerologically
Yeah.
we're a bad match or
Yeah,
something.
or our
Astrologically.
love language don't matches, like something like that, right? So like I read something like that, and my anxiety will get kicked in, and I'll tell Eric, like like, is this like accurate? Because I feel like it's not accurate, but like I don't want to like ignore something, and he helps me.
Regarding the grit and character thing, I mean, the bottom line is I don't believe that anybody should want to be in a relationship where it requires effort, compromise, etc. I think in the ideal relationship, it requires no effort, no compromise. Both people are consistently on the same page naturally without having to make that effort. When you've attained that, then the idea of being in any other kind of relationship seems insane. I think it's fair to say Rachel and I have that. We don't. Like when we first moved in here, for example, we just both fell into specific sets of chores that we did without us ever discussing it.
Yeah.
You like my rowboat analogy? Yeah. Well, it's like I'm a big believer that when you get into the boat in a long-term relationship, you need to respect the boat. But it's been a long time since I had to discuss that in this relationship.
A really long time,
Yeah,
right?
a really long time, just from the very beginning.
No, yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Because I
no,
was so used to I've been treated toxically in the past, so I expected toxicity from a relationship, and I thought that you could. I like really thought you could do better than me. Um, and that was like me carrying stuff from past relationships into the relationship with Eric.
um, Mid-Atlantic Expanse says all relationships take effort. Friendship is effort, and that comes without intimacy. Friendship's a lot more effort than this relationship ever is. I guarantee you that. I don't know. I naturally feel most settled, comfortable as part of a couple, and for me, this relationship takes no effort at all. It's just completely effortless.
And thank you, show media, regarding the sweater.
No, it isn't effort though. How is it effort? I don't understand what you're saying. It's like I don't feel like I'm putting any effort into this relationship at all.
You just reminded me. I have to move right for the laundry. I think. Yeah, I do. I'll be right back. Okay, the phone.
I mean, if you want to say that every action, every conceivable action in the universe comprises effort, then okay, I guess it's effort. But the point is, I don't think that's a meaningful distinction to make regarding the word effort, right? Good evening, Acacia. That's fine. We can agree to disagree on this. Uh, Obviously, it's a lot easier also to have a relationship when circumstantially you, you know, like, I don't, neither of us need to require much of the other to successfully make it through life at the moment. It's like there's no child to argue about. We don't have to argue about money. Um, Neither of us has a job, so it's pretty easy squeezy. prescription medication and alcohol are things that don't mix. Is that what you're saying? I agree with you on that. Well, I mean, Rachel has plenty of time to herself. We After we start the night in bed together, she'll usually go upstairs and sleep upstairs, And no, I wouldn't leave because it's hard. I mean, sure, I'll buy that mid-Atlantic expanse that in no relationship will there be hard. Well, no relationship will be free of hard times or hard moments. But I guess I was looking at it from a different temporal reference point, saying it's not the case that every relationship always requires effort, and it's not the relationship that the requirement of effort is a default for every relationship. This one certainly feels effortless, almost always, compared to previous relationships, anyway. Yeah, I think we seem to go together well, also. Well, hopefully mine doesn't. I don't really anticipate that it would, you know. I've eaten quite a bit of that double cheese goodness, Winston's mom. It's a dark topic, Mid-Atlantic Expanse. You got me thinking about dark possibilities. Thinking about my parents too. My dad certainly didn't do anything but take care of my mom to beyond any conceivable reckoning, really. As she disappeared into dementia. You know. Well, what if one person puts in the effort for years and then stops and there's no effort from the other side? Well, yeah, I mean, if your partner is like not really interested in spending time with you, not really interested in talking to you, etc., then obviously you're never meant to be in the first place. So I've always been a good relationship partner with everybody I've ever been with. I mean, okay, I've gotten better over the years, but I was never bad. I always tried to implement what I understood to be the uh, the right way to be in a relationship. Oh, my parents didn't get that shortchanged. I mean, they had a good amount of retirement, a good amount of ability to travel, you know, enjoy their retirement and stuff. No, Jacob B, I'm not smoking either fentanyl nor meth, nor cocaine, okay? I would also indicate to Abo Nadzian that I am actually not a cunt. Okay. Goodbye. uh, Abo Nadzian, maybe you're projecting your own cuntiness? That's possible. Maybe even likely. I mean, I've had my substance abuse problems in the past, but they've never involved either fentanyl or cocaine. And it's been a long time since I've done any meth. Like many years. Twilight says hello. Yeah, I don't do that drug is what I'm saying. Somebody asked me if I did it. I said no. I've never tried it. Uh, Witali Reinhardt says he was Labert Erdinda. I don't know what that means. Twilight says they've never been in a relationship. Well, it's fine too. You know, this poll perhaps doesn't apply to absolutely everybody. So Rom says Witali Reddit Uber Bezienhungen. He asked you, what are you talking about? I'm talking about stuff. I'm talking about stuff. I'm talking about stuff. I'm tough and talking about. There's a loneliness epidemic. When I feel lonely, I go to the car dealership or Best Buy to talk to a salesman. That's kind of sad, Bob. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights says, evening. Howdy. Emma Ritchie says, you look sad, traveler. Why are you sad? I'm not sad. I may look sad. I'm not sure about that, but I am not sad. Yeah, so that's sad on the regular road. I used to mess with it and I died, but I'm still here. I don't mess around with the jokes. It's not funny. Sober 14 months. Well, happy hippie. I've been sober from alcohol for a little over 10 years now. So I understand where you're at, and that's important, you know. Zixixra. Zixixra. Hello. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome. Jimmy says, Eric, you stream regularly and in long links throughout the day. At this rate, you could probably surpass even C.S. Joseph soon enough, as they don't put a similar effort in. Not that you care even, but cool. I do care, actually. You know, all fine. I'll just go make my own YouTube live with blackjack and hookers. All right, you do that. What kind of men are you into? I'm not into men. I'm married to my wife, Rachel. And I guess you just have to say that I'm a heterosexual. I'm doing fine, Zig6. I'm pleased that we got some thing done that we need to get done today, paying some property taxes. And as Show Media says, I'm kind of excited about the prospects of with the prospect of the channel continuing to grow, hopefully at the current rate that it's growing. Hey, white boy, says Abo Nazian, which is incorrect. I'm actually fluidly transracial. He says, I'm Australian. We call our mates cunts and cunts mates. All right, fine. Then, you know, you want to call me that? Go ahead and call me that. I don't care. Even if it's not true, I don't care. If I paint my Prius matte black, will it still be gay? Yeah, it will. I saw a bumper sticker on a Prius one time. It said, cool Prius. And it had a thing underneath it. Nobody ever. Your last relationship failed because you didn't end it? I mean, I think a relationship you end qualifies as a failed relationship for this question. I don't want a motorcycle, but I want to save gas. You could try walking. I meant more don't care to notice. I'm sure it would give you pride. Oh, no, yeah, I mean, I want to be successful. I would like for the channel to have infinite subs and make infinite money. That'd be wonderful. I You know what they say, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. So I do believe that my persistence and regularity should maybe pay off. I believe that I'm doing a pretty good job of this. It's not just a train wreck, for example, that people tune into um, for all the wrong reasons. Of course, maybe that's what people want to watch, who knows. Regardless, to the extent that people want to engage in a live stream where the person reads the chat, responds to it, whatever, I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
You are.
And given my omnipresence, that can't hurt. I like a V8. My Super Duty gets 11 miles to the gallon. Well, good for you, Bob UFO. That's the American way. How long have I been transgender? I'm not transgender, but I am transracial. Fluidly transracial. So my race changes periodically. Am I God? No, I'm not God. I'm just Eric. Regular old Eric. Oh, I know I have a past, but I choose not to use that term, Ghost Dog, for the same reason stated in Tropic Thunder, because they use that word to keep us down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cade, Shuey, well, not right now. I'm not black right now. I'm fluidly transracial. My race changes. So it doesn't mean I necessarily whatever is any given moment. Right now, I happen to be Chinese. You're transracial too? Cool. Yeah, I do tend to answer every question. Bob UFO says, if you can't dodge it, ram it. Marcus Raphael Gabiola says, hello, you remember me? I'm not sure I do. But it's conceivable that I might. Yeah, I'm Chinese right now. 你好，你好吗？对不对？对啊，我打你，很巧喽，太强喽。See? But, just because I change race doesn't mean I get their language automatically. What is up with these polls on here? Well, they ask questions. Sometimes people answer the questions, that kind of thing. It's mostly what's up with the polls. What a lot, I mean, yeah, but I can't change my race on command, Wait, hold on a second. I think you might be lucky. I think I might be changing into German right now. Oh, ja, das ist verboten. I think we should go down to the beer garden at Stuttgart and have ourselves some Hofbrau and some bratwursts. So, yeah, I guess I was. Favorite NFL team as a black man? My favorite NFL team as a black man is the same as my favorite NFL team is Chinese, Venezuelan, whatever. Point being, of course, my race changes, but who I am doesn't because race is arbitrary. I like the 49ers. No, I don't identify as a dog. I identify as fluidly transracial. I'm a little bit transgender in the sense that I go from kind of manly to super manly and back again. Sometimes I get pretty womanly too. Uh, what's the answer to what? That question? Why did my last relationship end? Because she was crazy. She was toxic. My last relationship ended because she was toxic. My second relationship ended more or less because we grew apart, I guess you could say. Um, my first marriage ended with her infidelity. So I've got three of those answers on in my own personal history. Julian Kopp asks if I have a dirt bike. I do not have a dirt bike. However, I do, Julian Kopp, have what I like to call a little wilderness car. What about Rachel? Is everything okay?
I am great. I'm looking up seasonal color palettes.
Got a side by side. Thanks, Scott, aka Hugh G. Rection. Engagement metrics are the lifeblood of social media algorithms. User behavior on the platform offers the most vital indicators of the content that will keep them on the platform. Mm-hmm. He means ATV, UTV, side by side. Side by side is cool.
We do sit side by side.
They're talking about the little wilderness car.
Oh!
Some people call that a side by side.
Oh!
Some people call it a buggy.
We call our little wilderness car.
Yeah, we call it a little wilderness car. Yes, Kawasaki FXT Pro Ranch Edition. That's right. Mule. Kawasaki Mule FXT Pro Ranch Edition. I believe that's what it is called. So, I do have one of those, but I don't have a dirt bike. I used to ride a motorcycle, but I don't anymore. And I'm not going to again. I like elephants named Donald Trump. I mean, he could be a swan like Trumpet Swan. Or it could be a bitch like Teal Swan. Nate's dog. Can you shout out to me? I can shout out to you. Nate's dog. Nate $sign _ dog spelled with an A and a W. Oh, oh, whoa. Ooh, oh, whoa. Daddy, please. Well, I'm not your daddy. And while you say please, I say no thank you. This is non alcoholic beer. Sierra Nevada non alcoholic beer. It's called Trail Pass. What is my love language? What people mean when they say what's a love language is well, I like to think of it as people are receptive to some love languages and they're, communicative in some love languages. So, like, they have a list of all the possible love languages. And the possible love languages are quality time, physical touch, acts of service, words of affirmation. Quality time, physical touch, acts of service, words of affirmation. Quality time,
words of affirmation,
acts of service, physical touch, gift giving. Right.
Yeah.
Good job, Hugh. Good job. Alcohol is The devil's sweat. All right, so I came up with the last one, gift giving. So the language that I speak in most is probably acts of service, and secondarily, I also quality time and somewhat words of affirmation. Whereas Rachel is words of affirmation and physical touch and yeah, I don't know what the other one would be. Words of affirmation, physical quality time. So I think Rachel and I both have quality time as a love language. Um, okay, Betty, sir. Ay, ay, ay. Let me just remove that.
Yeah.
That vulgar comment of yours. Okay. How about that? It was just there. It was retracted. Um. Caustic Sauce 920 says, I love alcohol, free alcohol. Well, I don't love that, but I do feel fond of non-alcoholic beer because I developed quite a taste for beer when I did drink, and it's it's something that I retained after drinking. I still enjoy the taste of beer, and non-alcoholic beer is pretty good. It's like beer has little enough alcohol in it that they can fake it pretty good. So, Crystal Lynn Dawn Daychief says, interesting. What makes a person physically attractive? Can someone explain this, please? I mean, people have provided multiple explanations. People say symmetry, but uh, there's so much subjectivity to it. It's so much subjective, and there's some standard norms that people could apply that are prioritized more by some than by others. So at the end of the day, it's uh, it's hard to it's hard to articulate in kind of general rules regarding that. Paradox says, I can tell you the reason your last relationship fails. Wow, that's impressive. You must be a long time watcher of the channel. Oh, it's because your head looks like the Grand Canyon, more specifically your forehead. Well, I'm not sure if you know what a canyon looks like. Yes. This is not what a canyon looks like, okay? Canyons go like this, right? You got two sides coming in, maybe down like this. There's not a trough down the middle of my head. Obviously, my head, I may look bald, but the idea that my my forehead could look like the Grand Canyon is a strange notion. Um, and you got to watch out with your jeering me because of baldness, because that sounded awfully close to you saying, "Get out of here, Baldy! Get out of here, Baldy!" I'm worried about that at all. FG highlights, believe me. Believe me, I don't need you to worry about me. Um, Paradox is not bullying me. I think it's fair to say, swinging and missing. He's making an attempt to do that, but he's never going to succeed. He would need to be a lot more clever than that. Well, the thing is, Sean L. introduced me the other day to a delightful Bible quote in which Elijah is walking somewhere, and some boys come out of the village and jeer him with the jeer, "Get out of here, Baldy! Get out of here, Baldy!" And so he calls the curse of the Lord down and brings two bears from the mountains, and they maul 42 of the boys. It's a very large group of boys that was uh, was taunting him, was jeering him. So it was quite a remarkable Bible quote. He needs to be taught in the ways of Keck. I'm not sure what the ways of Keck are. Guys, God might come back on April 8th. Guys, please repent. April 8th? So soon?
Yeah, Eric still has to celebrate his birthday.
You know what they say, though? The only thing that's sure in life is death and taxes. So I'm pretty sure he's going to wait until after tax day. Well, I mean, April 8th. Good a day as any to come back. A lot better than April 7th. Okay. Caustic Sauce claims that the world will not end until he says so. Technically, he says the world ends when I say so, but I think it's fair for me to say that logically that means the same thing as the world will not end until he says so, and will end once he does. Will you tell us a story about Keck and Pepe and name it Lord of the Memes? Keck is the god of chaos. Well, Happy Hippie says no man shall know when it will happen. Well, do you think maybe Keck will come back along with Jesus on April 8th? Pepe will be there naturally selling his piping hot piñatas, which are filled with piping hot flan. What about the Bible saying that no one knows day or hour? Well, what about the Bible saying that two bears came down and mauled 42 boys because they had taunted somebody for being bald?
Yeah.
How do they go on an adventure? They live inside an old boot. They're going to have to leave their old boot to go on this adventure, obviously. It's not like the frogs are going to be able to wear it like a boot and walk around in it. Grand Canyon lines are horizontal, not vertical. Oh, so you were talking about my wrinkles, not my baldness. Okay, well, that does make more sense. But I think was too obscure a reference to really hit. You know, what are you, some kind of geologist? Going down the geological periods and strata lines on the side of the Grand Canyon. Nevertheless, I appreciate your point. I think it's an excellent point to make. All right, let's not think about it too much now. All right, fine, fair enough, Paradox. Fair enough. You know what? I like you. I gotta say, I like you, Paradox. You are, however, wrong about how my last relationship ended. It makes me sad that people joke about it, but everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's free will. Is that how we define free will? Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I mean, they are entitled to their own opinion. It doesn't mean that all opinions, all position statements are opinions per se. Although the distinction between like opinion and something else is kind of arbitrary. Oh, okay. Uh, do I have to do that right now, Happy Happy? Or can I do that later? What was the context for the poll? Context for the poll was was how did your last relationship end? I mean, what do you mean context? There's no context, this story. It's just a question. That sort of question I don't think needs any context, right? I mean, I guess the context is I thought it was a provocative title that might garner a higher than usual amount of engagement, and I thought it would be a good poll as well. Hi, champion. Thank you. Welcome. What is going on today? I am doing well. Rachel and I went to town. Uh, we paid some property taxes, went to the grocery store, got her meds, and got a couple of groceries. And we came back and watched some basketball. I was pretty disappointed by the results of the second game, the game that I cared about more. Um, no, I hadn't really discussed it a great deal. I had not discussed it a great deal, but I think it's worth discussing. I think there are different ways in which relationships end. They're kind of concrete, distinct, clear division lines. I've had three of those in my own history. The only one I didn't have was differences about kids' marriage. Yeah, infidelity 21%. One of you was toxic 47%. Like the middle two are healthy reasons for a relationship to end, you know. This is just a pic of Mike Tyson. What, me? I have a pic of Mike Tyson? What did you do before you started watching sports? I mean, that's Rachel. You hear her name is this Rachel, my wife.
Mm-hmm.
She's there.
It's me.
I think when she's like screwing around, doing whatever over there, I think she feels more comfortable not being on camera. This is just my read of it.
Well, for right now, I'm just doing my own thing. I think I'm going to go to bed soon and be in the chat.
All right, cool. That's my wife, Rachel, and
Yeah.
yeah, I go to bed.
I feel like laying down.
Bread refers to the bed down here in the master bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
The other beds are not bread.
I like to start off in bed downstairs with Eric and Trouble, and then when it's the three of us, it gets a little. When I get more tired, and I feel like I'm gonna go to sleep, I go upstairs.
I mean, in both my past divorces, there wasn't any financial means afterwards. You know, I wanted as much custody as I could get after my first marriage of my daughter, and um, there was no child support either way. Technically, it was 50-50, but I had her a lot more than her mother, who wasn't very interested in parenting. Um, uh, so yeah, I didn't have to pay anything in either of those divorces. The second one, my wife kind of wanted to get money out of me or whatever, and I was just like, why? Paradox says, so classy, your dad should have pulled out since we are on the topic of pulling. Are we on the topic of pulling? I just started watching, so I have no idea what we're pulling on. I see you responding to that. Okay.
Thanks, Happy Hippie.
Violwolf86 says balls. I see. And then, so sad, so much divorce recently. All right, away you go.
Do you mind if I go to bed?
Of course not, darling. Should I time out Paradox? I probably should time him out for that. Maybe. No reason to be such a dick to so classic cadence. Uh, I'll just remove the comment instead. We'll see how this plays out a little bit.
I love you.
Love you too. Does Rachel get uncomfortable hearing about past relationships? Well, we know in full about each other's past relationships. I think we're both relatively comfortable with them at this point. We've been together for a long time.
It's just part of where you come from.
Yeah, it's part of our stories, and
Yeah.
people ask about these kind of things, so
Yeah.
we talk about them. What do you think about sacrificing relationships for careers? Well, that would have been a good one to include on this. There's only four possible. There are only four possible choices. You can only put four things on a poll. Four choices on a poll. It doesn't let you put more than that. So that would have been a good one to put. It was a joke now. Says Paradox. Snow. It's questionable. I deserve a second chance. I just removed the thing. I didn't even time you out. So you're getting a second chance. Whether or not you deserve one, that's questionable. But I mean, certainly you don't deserve to be hidden for it, but you might deserve, maybe you deserve a little time out just for being unnecessarily confrontational and aggressive. Show you the cat. I mean, I have to watch this cat all the time. Rachel's watching the cat eat right now. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. Today is not Trans Awareness Day. It's not. I had no idea anybody said it was. It's a day where God has written, repent and turn to God. Confess your sins, and He will forgive you. All right, well, thanks, Perps VR, for your important. Stop, Matthew. Nobody wants your silly nonsense. Yes, we can see Rachel on stream. She was just on the stream. The USSR no longer exists for her. You're just going to have to get over it and accept the fact that it turned into Russia. So if you want to see Rachel, just rewind in the stream a little bit and you'll be able to see her just fine. Anyhow, what is going on tonight in this live stream besides talking about how relationships end? One of you was toxic, 48%. Are there that many toxic people in the world? I think that may be a little overestimating somebody's maybe non-toxic but clashing ways as toxic. I hope. Yes, Rachel is very pretty. I'm very happy to be with her, etc. I will not scream anything for money. I mean, I don't, as I say usually, I do not do tricks for money. Okay? Don't spam, also. So, I don't do tricks for money. And, however, it is conceivable that I might, for example, be prompted to do some sort of thing that people ask me to, but not if they try to incentivize me. Then no, definitely not, unless they're really seriously incentivizing me. Um, as Lori says, for me, we weren't compatible, was stuck for certain things, and it didn't go well. Yeah, well, that's how it works. It's like uh, if you're not compatible, the relationship will get increasingly toxic, right? Oh no, I'm trapped. It's Lori has me trapped. I have to obey her no matter what now, one way or the other. I tell you what I will do. I'll do the dance of the health tube. Yo, can you do the same face like in the thumbnail? You mean like this? There you go, Albert Grossman. All right, I'm gonna get my glasses. We're gonna go outside. We're gonna discuss this thing a little bit more. So I think that it's the case that as relationships like cease to work over time, that the two parties can get, kind of nasty with each other. I also think that if one party's toxic, the other one will increasingly behave toxically, even if they're not themselves toxic by nature. Hello, Ghost the Devil King. And that's mate. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? It means kind of rubs off on the other party. Oh, I see. That's checkmate. I get you. I understand now. It took me a second, but I understand now. What am I looking for? Some kind of beverage that I like better than that last thing, which wasn't very good. And this trail past golden. I'm not getting that again. It's not good. Some non-alcoholic beers, but this is actually quite good. I like Coors Edge. It tastes so much like regular Coors. Well, I got my girls here. As you see, they're very tiny. But they're watered, they're alive, they're living, they're loving, they're laughing, they're learning, everything you want. It's a little bit chilly outside, so let's go ahead and put on this hat to cover my Grand Canyon forehead. Am I rich? Says Sashu. No, but I'm not poor either. So, make of that what you will, I guess. How do I overcome my fear of the outside world? That I don't know, JC. Thanks, darling. I'm not worried about such things at all. I hope the wizard didn't sell those beans for too much. I don't know what that means. It's complicated, says Clay Sanford, my long-term relationship. Bye, Ghost the Devil King. So, or hi, or whatever you're saying. I understand bye. Okay. Do you talk about your job, what you do or did? Yeah, I talk about the job I used to do, which was I worked as a competition flow debate coach. I was the director of a competition flow debate school, and I had my own school for a little while. My drink of choice is margaritas. Marta was a fan as well, but being codependent on the alcohol, that's not going to be a great relationship. If I had more choices, I would have put substance abuse or something like that as a choice. My toxic ex-girlfriend won't stop bothering me. Got any advice or nah? I mean, just ignore, ignore, ignore. Ignore as hard as you can. I'm finding your relevance more important than true love. Well, third world wonder. If that's directed at me, thank you. Uh, the beans is in plants in the pots. Oh. No, well, they weren't. I did buy those seeds, but they weren't that expensive. I mean, they were kind of expensive. Uh, if they're toxic, it's best to avoid them. You wouldn't drink poison. Yeah, there's no way to win a battle with a toxic person. I want to become more toxic. How can I maximize the suffering of others? That's a terrible question, Money. You don't want to do that. You want to become less toxic, not more. Perps VR. I'm trying to spread awareness and the gospel. Well, maybe don't. Okay. How about that? Math competition tomorrow. Any advice? Just remember 3 plus 4 is 7. All right? Keep that in mind. It's going to really help you. Don't be confused. 3 plus 4 is 7, okay? We also did huge long mountain bike rides together. So back home, after 8 hours riding, we blissfully fall asleep in front of the wood stove. Well, that sounds, you know, Hallmark movie-esque. Also, remember this. This is a key tip for you, Marcus McLaughlin. Those variables, like your A, your B, your P, your Q, whatever, they can stand for anything. Got to watch out for those. Additionally, square roots are sometimes other shapes. Sometimes they're triangular, sometimes they're circular. You can't count on them to be squares. Do women have a basic set of values? Humans, maybe. I mean, the thing is, different individuals have different value prioritizations of basically 8 core fundamental values that can be expressed. One of them novelty, one of them relevance, one of them uh, communicative logic, one of them effectiveness, one of them social grace slash schmoozing or whatever, one of them what's authentically precious to you, one of them your experience, one of them your impact. So one of them your reliability, one of them your impact. Those are 8 different core values that people express. Women value themselves. That's their ultimate universal value. Oh my God. I think it would be good if we just let individuals be individuals and not compel them to be, you know, representative of our understanding of what women are or men are or, this race or that religion or that age or whatever. It's just let people be individuals. Sure, we could make some generalizations about women, but we couldn't ever possibly do anything good with those generalizations. Like, um, we'd always be ill-advised to presume that any given individual woman should be is correctly understood first through that frame of reference. So you can never successfully, meaningfully apply it in any instance. There's absolutely no reason to engage in the shenanigans of generalizing about women in the first place. Yeah, I can see the stars from where I'm at. I don't know if you can see them on the camera, but I mean, I can't see any stars right now. It must be a little overcast. I can see a couple of stars over there. But yeah, when maybe I just turn this light off, we'd be able to see things. When it's clear, it's super stars, like stars galore. I would say it's definitely more stars than you can reasonably shake a stick at. But it's definitely overcast because there's only some stars over there tonight and they're not especially clearly visible. So we definitely must have cloud cover. See kind of flickery stars in some spots, but yeah. You can't see them for sure because they're not very visible even to me. Tonight. Usually they are. There's a kitty down there. I don't know if you can see her right now. I think this is a nice scene with the kitty. Kind of hidden in the picture, right? But she's moving a little bit so you can see her. Drama, what are you doing? These cats come out here, they want to try to catch mice and shit. Just leave the mice alone. Leave the birds alone, leave the mice alone, leave the lizards alone. Just stop killing things, you murderers. Say these cats are murderers. Quit murdering. Here comes trouble. It's just turkey shit. Leave it alone. Come on. You want to come inside? Mr. Kitty Man? Go ahead. Go inside. Yay or nay? In or out? Don't be the kind of cat that twists and shouts. All right. Let's go back inside. We had a nice time out here. I'm glad we visited. I'm sure you're glad as well. I know how important it is for us to periodically get a breath of fresh air. And you're here for the healing gaze. All right, well, I'm willing to give out some healing gaze tonight. For those of you, no, I've never had a weird person knock on my door in the middle of the night. Hopefully tonight's not the night. My request from Iron Lion, but I want this to go out for every single one of you who feels like you could use some healing tonight, okay? This is for everyone who could use a little healing. I'm going to share with you my magical healing gaze, okay? What you're going to feel is warmth, acceptance, love, and a sort of powerful energy for moving forward. Third rule, wonder I'll get to your question in a second. Here it is, the healing gaze. What do you think? Are you healed? From my experience, women don't have a basic set of values, but they do love a man of means. Well, that's rather dismissive. Rachel was 100% with me when we were broke, as much as she is now when we have means. We've been through the hard times and the good times together, you know. We've been through some seriously, dramatically challenging moments together, and I don't know. It seems very clear to me that she really loves me. That she really liked me before we even got together. You know, she was a fan of the channel. She commented on my music, positive things, and I had lots of reason to believe that she actually liked me before we got together. After all, she'd been hanging around the channel for like over a year. If there were ever a cult, it would be this. I mean, the cult of Eric's Healing Gaze. I have to admit, I stole that from some grifter who, just like I stole, I Can Draw Your Soulmate from some grifter. But fortunately for you, I don't charge any money for my soulmate pictures or for my healing gaze. So that makes me not a grifter, just somebody who enjoys hilarious things. Like that guy with his healing gaze. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Are people paying money to be looked at by somebody? Yeah, you pay this much money and you get to come to this retreat, and this guy will look at you with his healing gaze. It's very silly. But, you know, people are silly sometimes. They want to believe in magic, you know? They want a spiritual shortcut. They want kind of their life arc, I guess, to represent, and to be easily summarized by narratives, you know, such that after this cathartic moment, everything was better. Everybody can understand that narrative, and then they try to like kind of force. They try to force the reality to fit that narrative, you know. And it doesn't really matter what the actuality is, as long as I believe hard enough in this as a moment of catharsis, of clarification, that helps me to have a well-defined path going forward. It doesn't really matter what you stick in there, right? They don't explicitly think of it that way, but that's what it boils down to. And it seems to me that consumers of such stuff are probably exemplifying conscious and weak introverted intuition. Fourth slot, probably. But could imagine maybe like seventh or eighth slot, maybe buying into that once or something. I mean, seventh slot in that is not very prone to magical thinking stuff. What, kitty? I'm going to the bathroom. Can you please allow me to go to the bathroom without being deafened by your meows? People should fall in love 10 years after marriage. That seems like a strange proposition. Don't you think they should fall in love before marriage? I mean, this notion of staying in love, you know, it's like, I'm not particularly, or in fact, I'm extremely not driven in my decision making by my emotional realities, right? So, for me, basically any relationship that isn't unsustainably bad, I will just stay in regardless. This relationship is actually good. So obviously, did I put this on backwards? These straps, like I put this strap that goes on the right side on the left side. Now you're gonna be crisscross to make you jump. So, you know, for me, the idea of falling in or out of love, I mean, I definitely felt like I fell in love with Rachel, but the whole emotion-driven decision making is just completely foreign to me. If a relationship causing problems, your partner's being a problem, basically, you try to fix it. If it persists in being a problem long enough that the relationship becomes unsustainable, then you have to get out of it. But otherwise, why would you ever leave a relationship is my basic take on things. But, maybe that's kind of meow. I bought a piano today. I don't know how I should start learning to play. We just want to basically learn a couple of chords, and try to maybe sing on top of those chords, depending on what kind of personality you have, really. I would try just learning some chords and putting them together as your basic approach. I stopped trusting my emotional intelligence and feelings a long time ago. I don't think I ever really did. I wish I had trusted them a lot more. I would not start learning the sheet music and basic songs, no. I would just start learning some chord forms, playing those chords with each other, finding combinations of chords you like and trying to play them in a steady rhythm. Then eventually try to sing over that. Let's see. Yeah, what I'm talking about is F.I. Polar, kind of. Que lo que, papi? ¿Tú hablas español? Mamabicho. Bienvenidos, Adrian Garcia. Hablo un poquito español, pero yo soy mejor a leyendo español. ¿Sí? ¿Comprende? Habla claro, hermano. Thank you, Adrian. I used to actually speak Spanish reasonably well back when I was married to my first wife, and her mother spoke broken English, mostly spoke Spanish. During that time period, I would speak to her and other people who were over at their house who spoke Spanish, and I would read La Opinion newspaper to try to get better at it. But then ever since that was like, 25 years ago or something, so 24 years ago or something. Aside from contractual obligations, how are voluntary relationships anything but mutual desire? Well, I mean, they're not just contractual obligations. It's a commitment to another person to be partners, to be boat mates in the boat of life, such that however the boat goes, it impacts you both. It's suited for people who, you might call them Enneagram S variants, but basically I think that people are either natively inclined, most comfortable in a long-term relationship by themselves, or, mostly as part of a larger family group, kind of, you know. Mint Foster says I look like the father I could never had. Yes, we are discussing relationships. In particular, we're discussing how relationships end. So, what is JC asking about? Oh, how to play piano. Right. I said that already. JC says, Eric the Big Homie, but I don't think he's the most fit to give relationship advice. I'm not necessarily sure I am. I don't mean to be giving a lot of relationship advice. I do make some comments regarding um, what I think is a healthy way to engage with a partner is versus a toxic. Are heartbreaks caused by unrealistic expectations? Uh, I can't really explain what causes heartbreaks. Obviously, the two people either understand things the same way at first interest time and then that changes, or they understand things differently and one or both of them doesn't understand that they understand things differently. If you have any advice for a young ENTP looking for a healthy relationship, I'd appreciate it. Can I talk seriously about discover your BF is a pedophile? Ah, I mean, I, to be honest, I don't want to talk about the subject at all. This is the kind of thing that YouTube doesn't take kindly to, really. So I'd rather just leave it untalked about. Well, I'm in a long lasting relationship right now. About to get married soon. To be honest, my last relationship ended because we had no time for each other and then we got away and didn't talk about our week or anything. Iron Lion says the topic is real deep. I can't comment here on it because I need it to type a small book, really. Yeah, well. I'm sure it is very hard moving forward after that. I don't know what to say about it, really. It's kind of nuts, you know. Seems love has more similarities to Russian roulette than anything. Well, you know, it's a little bit different. Um, it's a little bit different when you meet somebody that you're truly compatible with. I don't think it feels so boring as that. Judson Kimsley says, I keep asking myself if this live stream could get any more boring, and then somehow it does. Fascinating. Well, I do my best, Judson Kimsley, to fascinate you one way or another, even if with my outlier level of boringness. So I know that a lot of live streams afford you an opportunity to say, watch a train wreck, say some drunken couple beating up each other or something. This live stream will never afford you that opportunity. And if you're in the mood for that kind of tawdry entertainment, don't worry, I'm pointing it away from you. You're safe. Um, then you're probably going to be disappointed by the conversation here. However, uh, that's what we have to offer. So it goes. Can't be all things to all people, right? Thanks, Gabriel Sander, when you say you talk nicely. Money says, what are your thoughts on the notion of trying to make a relationship work? I think it's a terrible idea. I don't think you should try to make a relationship work. It shouldn't require you to try to make it work. However, it's also the case that um, you need to respect the boat, and that means not misinterpret momentary problems as some sort of structural problems in a relationship. Just because you're having momentary difficulties doesn't mean you need to fix anything. Doesn't mean anything wrong. You know. Anybody stocking up on food, water, and mobile energy sources due to all the crazy ass wars going on right now? No, I'm not stocking up on those things. But it is also the case that I live in a place that I'm already kind of set up for power outages and stuff. Like we have a generator that plugs into the house to power the kitchen, fridge, oven, stuff like that. And we have a little wilderness car. We live kind of out here far away from civilization. We don't have our own food sources. We don't have like crops or livestock or anything. But nevertheless, for a fairly short-lived isolation from civilization, we should be all right. Might not be a bad idea to stock up on food and water at least. Well, I'm not worried about water either because we have got a very local water company that just serves our small neighborhood here and gets water from water towers. It works even when the electricity's not on, so I'm not really worried about it in that regard. Also, we're on septic tank, so I'm not worried about sewage system working, anything like that. We're on fiber optic internet, so as long as the internet phone company continues to pump out internet, we should continue to get it. Doesn't make poles go down or whatever. Can we conclude that when it comes to relationship, it's not a matter of if, but when it goes south? No, I don't think we can conclude that. My parents, they were together their entire lives, and I mean, they got together in their 20s at some point, and they had me when they were 35, and my dad was there making sure my mom was okay in her dementia years when she was in her 80s, until he almost his 85th birthday when he died. So it was after my mom uh, went into hospice. No, I don't think once a cheater, always a cheater. I think twice a cheater, always a cheater. The reason I think this is because I think it's non unique to me that somebody might have to experience it to realize how bad it is, which is what I had to do. I cheated when I was like 19 years old or something, 20 years old, but I was 19, 18. I never did it again. Because I didn't experience it until then. If you cheat more than once, then yeah, okay, always a cheater. Certainly, that's the kind of cheater my first wife was. She's cheated on everybody she's been with. That's what my daughter says anyway. Whereas I never cheated after my teenage foray into cheating. I never did it again. And sometimes you gotta excuse yourself from teenager mistakes. I don't still like. I'm not still feeling guilty about that. This long into the future, I've forgiven myself since then. A song comes to mind. I can't make you love me if you don't. Shots fired. I'm not sure what that means. Like the capacity of denial and accountability. Then the idea of fiber optic cables come from dissecting the brain. I let a girl kiss me on the cheek as a kid and felt terrible. Why? Did you feel like you were cheating on your childhood boyfriend or something? I don't understand. Is there a cheater's gene pool? I don't know how that works. Some people are more physical than other people. I'm not especially physical in my orientation towards the world, more about words, less about realities. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, eat your food. Yeah, yes. Eat your delicious food. It's so good. You love the flavor of it in your mouth. Eat it with your little kitty mouth. You're a very, very important kitty who everybody loves and cares about. Very, very important kitty, and you meow like you were meowing with your mouth. So this cat requires me to watch him eat, you know. It's not something I really want to do, but it's something unfortunately I have to do because otherwise they just keep meowing at me. Alright, well I guess I should eat some food now. What food should I eat, you might be asking? Good question. What food should I eat? I'm gonna have one of these manicotis. That's what I'm gonna eat. And you know what? I don't care what any of you all say about it. If you think I shouldn't eat this manicotti, I have only one thing to say to you. Talk to the hand. Go ahead, kitty. No, there's your sister's coming inside. What about you? Are you going outside? Okay, we got a inside-outside adventure time for the cats starting up again because we're getting up into spring, so it's not quite as cold and unpleasant outside. Why are small dogs so annoying? It's Lori is a man. Oh. Well, but Lori's not a man's name. Is it? Unless it stands for Lauren. Or Loro. Loro, man of Loron. Could stand for that. I've noticed that people communicate relationships either as an observer or a participant. What do you think I communicate about it as? You left your friend's house because a small dog was giving you anxiety? Well, I had a wonderful small dog named Lacey, so I'm biased. Do you think I communicate about relationships as an observer? What do you think about Rachel? How does she communicate about them? As an observer or as a participant? I'm interested in this notion of yours, Money. It's very... It immediately strikes me as intuitively sensible, but I've never thought about it before, obviously. A friend of mine once told me marriage is a high price to pay for sex. Well, I mean, marriage isn't a price to pay. It's, I don't know, it's a relationship status. You know, I didn't feel personally necessarily like I needed to get married again. But I also had absolute certainty that this was the right person to be with, and I wanted to make her happy. I think that's the ideal situation in a relationship is both people want the other person to be happy. They want the other person to do what they want to do, live how they want to live, etc. And both parties try to facilitate that reality for the other person. No, sex doesn't disappear after marriage. That's silly. We originally had the same amount of sex after marriage as we did before marriage. And the girl answered, loneliness is a high price to pay for freedom. Pinium says, yo. Well, that's a very interesting exchange. I think that's great, Third World Wonder. That's wonderful dialogue, for a movie or something. Marriage is a high price to pay for sex. Well, loneliness is a high price to pay for freedom. Can you just see that as a scene in some movie? It's excellent writing. Like it. Alright, I'm going to try to remember that Lori is a dude. I think he's told me this before, but I keep assuming he's a chick. I'm going to try to remember it's Lori. You've probably known people in your life who spent more time talking about their relationships of others than relishing in their unique, immediate, interpersonal meows. I mean, doesn't that comprise a way to relish your interpersonal meows to share with another person conversation, say about celebrity relationships or whatever? Well, I heard that Susie, you don't even have to be celebrity to be people you know, right? I heard that Susie cheated on him. She cheated? I mean, that's hot goss, Rachel and I would certainly bond over hot goss, the sharing of hot goss sometimes. I'm assuming it's hot and gossy enough, Like the surprising updates to the Justin Timberlake Britney Spears story that were made to the narrative like over 10 years after, 20 years after they broke up or whatever. So that was interesting to have that storyline revisited so much later and re-adjudicated, What's that smell? Sounds like somebody's right there on the street. I don't know who it is, what they're doing or whatever, but maybe it's just a neighbor with their dog or something. Or just some tourists in town staying at one of the vacation rentals. It is lovely outside, It's cold, but not that cold. As you can hear, we got a real heck of a stream sound going. The neighbor lady's yelling at her kids as usual. How's that for a lonely sight? It seems like if this were just a live stream of just this, that people will watch it because it looks spooky. If it said something like Spirit Watch. Spirit Watch. Or poltergeists coming to knock things over? Wow, is that a shadow person? She's a real loud lady and she loves yelling at her family. This loud lady is just horrible. I really am not super fond of loudlady.com across the street. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about doing though. Giving it serious consideration. What I mean by that is that after I eat my manicotti, I probably will do this. Can you guess what I'm thinking I might do this evening? And sometimes I do, maybe about once a week. I tend to do this. If you guessed something that rhymes with make mushrooms, then you might just be correct. I'm thinking that might be worthwhile. I'm feeling super chill. But I'm also on a bit of amphetamines. I'm gonna eat some dinner right now. After I eat dinner, might be a good decision. I like to periodically, it's kind of like spiritual menstruation, to wash away my old uterus lining, my spiritual uterus lining, with some mushrooms. Go dogs, go dogs. UGA, I'm not a Georgia fan. You tricked me into saying go dogs, when I'm definitely not a Georgia fan. Only Georgia fans are Georgia fans. Obviously, Georgia's too good to be fans of them. Of course, I'm talking about college football. I don't, obviously Georgia's not that good at college basketball. But anyway, yo, I cheated on my ex. Lol. Wow. Hopefully you learn not to do that again. I don't know. Spectre surveillance, right. Rachel votes yes on what? Yeah, we met a woman in line at the supermarket whose name was Acacia. That's right. Probably she didn't spell it UHKAYSHUH. I know that you don't seem to be spelling it that way anymore either, so. This is a little something I like to call dinner. What do you think? Oh yeah. That's the sexy Italian meal. Well, let's go cut it with the knife. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a knife, we're gonna get a fork, we're gonna cut it all up here at the counter. Alright, here we go. Cut, 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 cut. When cutting things, for those who don't know this, you should always say cut, 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 slice, cut, or something like that, to make sure that you verbalize all of your actions as words. Slice, slice, cut, 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 slice. Okay? So remember those simple words, you should be fine. Speaking of remembering things, while I remember right now, before I even take one bite of this food, I'm going to go grab the aloe vera from outside so that I don't once again freeze it and cause it problems. I want it to be happy, healthy aloe vera, not a frozen aloe vera. Okay. It doesn't feel like it's freezing yet. We should be fine. Where is it? Here it is. I can't really see anything out here, Alright, here. I've got the aloe vera plant. You got to spend all day outside in the sun. Obviously, It's it's a little black from being outside when it was freezing. But I did transplant it today. It has new room to grow in a new pot. And I think it's pretty excited about its prospects right now. It's feeling pretty good. I think it enjoyed the day outside in the sun. It's glad I remembered to bring it inside rather than leaving it overnight when it gets too cold for it. So I think that Aloe and I are on good terms right now, even though, sure, yeah, I unfortunately left it outside on a few nights when it was too cold for it to be outside. And sure, that's my bad. But I'm trying to make up for it now, okay? I'm trying to not kill the aloe. And I'm hoping that come summer, we see a real return to robustness, you know? It's like currently it's living Arabica beans, but what I'm hoping for is that it begins its life as Robusto. Okay. You've been the same woman since you're 15. I'm 40 now. Wow, Nabob, that is impressive. That is impressive. I was in a long distance relationship and I gave more than she did in the relationship. It all happened during COVID while we were in different colleges and shit, and she's in her car. Okay, well, I would suggest you very strongly not make a habit of it. Your favorite coffee is Das Bog. I've never heard of Das Bog. Ryan says, honestly, I hated how love made me vulnerable. Insecurities eat you from the inside out. Okay, well, hopefully Nabob, you don't do that anymore. You think that lady in the store was 3 or 4 years older than you? I would say that lady was in her 20s. Yeah. Nope, never been to Guatemala. I don't think it's a particularly dangerous country. So let me get this straight, Anna 05. The current girl you're with took your virginity and you didn't know until 6 months later? Wow. Not quite sure how that. Oh, wait, you mean she didn't know? No, he means she didn't know for 6 months. Well, I didn't know how tall Rachel was for years, until after we were together for years. Um, One day she asked me, "You know how tall I am?" And I said, "No." She's like, "I'm 5'2". I said, "Okay." Unspoken lullabies. I cannot be your grandfather. I don't even have any grandchildren. I just have a regular child. She's 25. And, well, maybe when you go down to Guatemala, JC, you'll meet a nice Guatemalan girl. Well, hey, Bob, I keep becoming a virgin again. I keep losing my virginity. And then I wake up next day and I'm a virgin again. The disorder in which it takes 6 months for you to ejaculate after sex. Is it the smelly vegetable game? Well, I don't know. What you're basically saying is your particularist accounting of restaurants that serve manicotti of interest to anybody? Is that what you're saying? Probably not. Oh, JC, I know who you're talking about. I should have gotten that sooner. My bad. Transracial. Smokey the Bear. Smokey Bear. I'm fluidly transracial. But no, I'm not transsexual. That's what you mean. I'm just regular sexual. You're hungry. You're hergy. You're a hergy, huh? Hey, Bob. Um, that's fine, JC. I've learned to take your flirting with my wife in good humor. Actually, you seem to walk the line pretty well. If Lori says, that's a good way to put it. I've been with an ex that created problems out of thin air, completely baseless. I later realized that she was a piece of shit. I later realized that solving them was like a reassurance drug for her. Yeah, that's just creating problems so you can solve them and prove that you have to reprove all the time that you're adequate or something. Toxic people um, make you toxic people. They make you always try to get back up to 0 points, right? You're either in negative points or the best you can do is not lose points. You can never gain points. No, I'm saying I'm not saying that one ought to keep score or anything, but to the extent that one has anything of that sort going on, it should be along the lines of uh, here's more positive points for you, not negative points. I've been back on it for like 2 months now. I've been back on what? Tongue-cat Ollie? What's Tongue-cat Ollie? I never even heard of it. I'd rather see a 1 grow. C10. Finally, somebody asked this question in a different way. Would I rather see a tree grow or a 1 grow? It's interesting. I never heard that question before. I'm gonna say 1. You got to cycle it on and off, but yeah, it does increase your test size. What's your test size? I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean you're you're a gentleman, you're crotchal gentleman. Get ready for slavery, Edomite. Get ready for slavery with me tonight. Oh, well, yeah, that's supposed to be the joke, but normally it's intended to prompt you to say the word, right? This one doesn't make any sense. Vitamin D plus quality sleep plus eggs plus onions plus garlic is the better way to go. My friend Jacob Meridian got nervous talking to a grandma. He has trouble with women. Any tips? I tell him to relagus, ooh, squee. Howard Grossman, squee. Um, yeah, I think C10 misunderstands the nature of what he's trying to do there somewhat. Is it like the wonders thing you do? Uh, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't get the point either. I say Negro plenty, you know. Not I mean not plenty, but there are multiple occasions in which one might say it, you know. If you're referring to the archetype of the old timey Negro, for example, what else are you gonna how else are you gonna refer to it? Do I have a hobby? This is it, Albert Grossman. I always play music and I got various things I do, whatever. But do I have a hobby? I like to YouTube. I've been YouTubing steadily for quite a long time now, so it was my hobby during long stretches of time when I saw no channel growth at all. What is the most toxic red flag hobby? Um, mm, Spousal abuse? Okay, Russia, knock it off. Nobody wants your mindless pro-Russian meow. I am doing fine. Chim chimmy ya, chim chimmy yee. Gaslighting. I don't think that any actual hobby could be necessarily considered a red flag. Like, you might say something like mm, gambling, drinking. I don't know. Can you do the same face in the thumbnail again, please? I think it might have been this face, but I'm not sure. My day today was good. Rachel and I went into town. We paid some property taxes we needed to pay, and went to the grocery store, got stuff we needed to get. It was a good day. So, how do you identify if your partner is toxic? Well, first of all, if they're remember the following general rule: criticism kills love. If they're criticizing you a lot, that's not a good sign. If they're criticizing you at all, it should always be about your behavior or your words and never about your person, you know? Can I try to make a face I think I've never made before? I'm sure I've made every face before, I would assume. I don't think I can make a face I've never made before. Maybe like, I don't know. How many faces are there? There's a finite number of faces, so in life you just have to deal with that reality. Alright, I guess I'm gonna do this now. I guess we're gonna get ready to rock. We're gonna get ready to roll. And we might even get ready to rock and roll, okay? How exactly are we going to do this? How are we going to rock? How are we going to roll? How, if at all, are we going to rock and roll? Do I like a femboy? No, I do not. I'm perfectly happy with my femme girl, Rachel. Do you enjoy pegging? Nope. It's not something Rachel and I do. How do I set boundaries to my partners? Well, I mean, if you find the right person, they will inherently respect your boundaries. Make sure they respect your boundaries before you get with them, you know? What am I doing? You might wanna know. What am I doing? I'm plugging my nose now so I can do the meow. And then I'm be meow. And then the word miggity meow. VHHJVGHJJ says I cheat. Well, that's bad. And you shouldn't, obviously. I just found the most recent man on YouTube Live. He called me the N-word and banned me. Huh. Well, you know, I've heard some interesting things about various people's encounters with live streams on YouTube Live. You're not going to find too much craziness going on around here. But when things do get a little bit crazy, it's often, maybe, possibly because I've eaten some horribly disgusting things like I'm going to do tonight. So, you know, when I do eat these horribly disgusting things, obviously things get a little more chaotic. I understand that, Nabob, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I ended up saying it the other day when I was singing Fuck the Police by NWA. And people were like, you just said that. I'm like, well, I'm singing this song, okay? If you feel like you're walking on glass, that's terrible. If you feel like you're subject to critique, that's bad. That's not a sign of a healthy relationship. You shouldn't feel like you're going to get in trouble with your partner, you know? No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm in my role as a YouTuber and somebody who's been YouTubing for a long time, somebody who for a while had a warning on my channel for bullying, kind of ridiculously, but whatever. My primary concern is not getting in trouble with YouTube. And I don't know exactly where their lines are. They can be a little bit you know, a little bit, it depends-y on things. I'm not racist at all, JC. I treat everybody the same, as an individual. I'm not racist, I'm not sexist, I'm not groupist at all. I oppose all kinds of groupism. Alright. Hi from Stockholm, Sweden. Cheating has to do with the values you're brought up with. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it has to do with. The cat's name is Capia. Yeah, I put cat on for you. It's fine. So I'm going to break these mushrooms up and make them as small as possible. Murray Ann says hello from Paraguay. Hello, Paraguay. Do you feel like you're constantly in competition with Uruguay to earn best Guay? I'm curious about that. Greetings from Leadville, Colorado. Well, greetings from Mariposa, California. Which, for those of you who don't know where that is, it's right next to Yosemite, one of our national parks. The one with the rocks that people like to go rock climbing on. Can fairness as a frame go above zero? And would countervaluing FI mean not go too high above zero? Well, I mean, fairness is not a good frame for a relationship. The best frame for a relationship is you want the other person to be happy. There's something in my nose. Is there? Oh, these are just my nose hairs. Oh, they really turned white as I've gotten old here. Like last night, they just burst out of my nose, and it was just all these pure white hairs. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that. So they're breaking up all of these horrible mushrooms into dust. And then we'll splash a little water in here. Just thinking about it is making me want to puke. That's okay. I put too much water in it, but that's something I have to deal with here. See if I can just choke this down, easy squeezy. Relationships don't have to be exclusive. Cheating's wrong because it presumes that you have already agreed that it is exclusive. No, it doesn't burn my throat. It's just I'm breathing through my mouth because I've got these things in my nose. Well, that's really interesting. Well, felt like she wanted 50% of the pants. Okay. Well, that was gross, not super duper gross. So hopefully that little bit of juice I poured out didn't have too much of the psilocybin in it. I don't think it would, because you're supposed to boil the tea for like 20 minutes. Your first love does stick with you, you know. Yeah, I also was kind of, you know, late to the dating game. And terrible at it. Because those mushrooms are gross, Sashu. That's why. Even though I couldn't taste them, that's why I went through all that preparation to deal with it that way. It's, you know, it's become like tequila after you drink too much tequila too many times. You just, the smell of it, you just want to puke immediately. It doesn't hurt to take them. I'm just, I'm just aware of their grossness. I figured out a way to take them where it doesn't have to be very gross. But I'm, I just knowing what I'm doing makes me feel kind of pukey or gaggy because it's just gross. Maybe being too much of the other person where you kind of forget about yourself. If that makes sense. Uh, you know, I don't think in a good relationship, like either party lets the other party forego their own interests. You know, how do I view sex, procreation, or carnal pleasure? I mean, I view it as part of an intimate relationship. You know. Yeah, I have a child. She's 25 years old. Her name's Delilah. She lives in Los Angeles. And she's a wonderful daughter. I mean, I couldn't ask for more than a daughter. Well, I agree that you shouldn't put, like, you shouldn't sacrifice, you know? If your partner, if your partner is requiring you to sacrifice all the time, compromise, whatever, it's not a good relationship. No, I was super happy to have a daughter. I would have been happy with the son too, but I guess I kind of wanted a daughter more. And she and I have a wonderful relationship. And I feel very fortunate to have had her and for her to come out so good, you know. Well, it's yeah, money. I mean, for some people, they're themselves as an embedding and a pairing. To a certain extent, I'm like that, but it's more like I need to feel safe and secure in a relationship. Then I don't have to think about relationship stuff, you know. He was in the war, and his doctor told him to take that every night to prevent nightmares and cold sweats. Take what? Let me see. Am I a veteran? No, I'm not a veteran. but some would carry your name. Well, Delilah and I are kind of also already in agreement that um, that ideally the child that she will have will be named after her last name, not the guy's last name. Shoddy was tripping in GL. Well, I don't think Shoddy was tripping is on the list of possible choices, but maybe I'm not looking closely enough. Shoddy was tripping. You got both your parents' last names? Is that because they had the same last name? Unrelated but same last name would be ideal. Like two people whose last names are Johnson or something. No relation, but they don't have to worry about it then. They kept theirs, huh? Love is an emotion. Emotions fluctuate and they're influenced by external factors, like, sounds like a raw deal. Oh, I agree. Love's an emotion and emotions fluctuate. That's why I don't commit to a relationship based on emotions. Greetings, Steve Maddock from South Africa. How are you doing tonight? My name is Eric. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Um, I've got various things going on, like meow and meow. For example, I took some shrooms earlier. We'll see how much, if whether, they kick. Never really know whether they're gonna kick or not. Alright, I emailed that guy that had an email, so that's good. It just fizzled out and we went our separate ways. That one is slowly grew apart. Looks like one of you was toxic is winning. I'm glad infidelity is only in third place. That's pretty good. Um, Lisa Mingarink, hi, how are you? And Traveling Merchant says just fizzled out. We went our separate ways. Yeah. For those of you who just got here, I personally have had 3 of these things on my list. I had my first marriage fail because she cheated. My second marriage failed because we slowly grew apart. And the relationship before my current marriage, which was a girlfriend I did not marry, that failed because she was toxic. Um, Imagine how warm the womb was, that first bit of existence, and how constant it was, stability, and growing up where the house had no holes in the wall, someone to complete the puzzle. Well, I grew up in a very warm, like, safe environment with parents who took good care of me and stuff. I don't doubt that that helped in life. Certainly didn't hurt. I always felt safe in my childhood, at least at home. Uh, yeah, I mean, I've had these mushrooms now for a while. Same ones that I've been taking. They're good mushrooms. They work well. Always, whenever you take mushrooms, it seems to have a lot to do with like they say about any psychedelics, your setting, mood, whatever, those kind of things. They seem to be significant in how it plays out for me. Like I'm starting tonight really like low key, calm, not not particularly reactive, and I'm going into this. I'm going into this with sort of a conscious intent of not not getting too reactive in the live stream, not being prone to triggering by people attempting to do that. Last time I took mushrooms in the live stream, I was too reactive. I felt like that taste of adulthood brings a lot of responsibilities. Pairings help lighten up the load. Say hi to Mr. Kier. Say my name. Uh, Hi, M. Rachel sneezing up a storm in there. Holotropic breathing. No idea what that is. Right is keener. Like big E and hard R. I don't know what that means. Do mushrooms ever inspire you to create or do something? No. I just I'd say they inspire me to find things funny, laugh at things, you know, kind of one monologue while live streaming, giggle. Yeah. I find that like when I try to play guitar on mushrooms, I don't feel like I'm any good at it. Like it's too hard. So you basically hyperventilate, and some say they trip. It's pretty controversial and not recommended. Yeah, I wouldn't want to try that. Good old lonely man. I think I want to be like you the rest of my life. I'm not lonely. Uh, I'm currently married to my wonderful wife Rachel, and obviously not lonely. I have a lot of friends here around the channel. Been doing this for a long time. I have IRL friends as well, and live in a nice community. I'm from Mariposa, California, near Yosemite. So, even though Rachel and I live kind of removed from town, out here in the woods, we don't feel lonely because we we have the channel and live streaming and stuff. Cruise Edge, yep. That's what I'm drinking. North Dakota, welcome. To be a father is one of the greatest things a man can be. My name is Eric. My name is Eric. And I drink Coors Edge because I quit drinking a little more than 10 years ago. So, as a consequence, I developed prior to that quite a taste for beer. And since I quit drinking, I still enjoy non alcoholic beer. I think it'll be about time for me to go enjoy a non alcoholic beer outside in a moment with a health tube. I want my kids to climb trees and catch lizards. I wish my cats would not catch lizards. I know you have friends, but it looks like you're not happy all the time. Well, so then I guess two possibilities there if you're correct. Well, I mean, regardless, two possibilities. Either my facial expression is misleading in what it's conveying, which I typically don't think it is, uh, or possibly more likely that you're not evaluating my mood or what my facial expression conveys accurately. And again, as Akeisha points out, I've never seen you before, so I seriously doubt you've watched that much of my media. Am I sick of the politicians in California? Well, I'm not pleased with California's ways. I think that's fair to say. Don't worry, I got you. You're safe. Um, I'm not necessarily pleased with California's ways, politics of California, but Mariposa County is a different place than most of California, and it's Don't worry, don't worry. You're not on camera. I got you. I got you covered, darling.
Thank you.
Uh, Mariposa County is very libertarian. Just has county level government, no municipal level government. Very low density, agricultural. You might say conservative. I don't know. I'm really happy living here, and some of the problems that are typical of California are not present here. You know, I can go out into the woods, into the wilderness here in the Sierra National Forest, which is right next to our house, and drive the wilderness car up these roads. Never see anybody all day long. It's crazy. In the middle of California. Yeah, well, that's what, Dominic Abbott's, this county is very pro Second Amendment. There's hunting goes on around here, fishing for sure. Rachel and I went out in the wilderness car one time. We saw some turkey hunters out with a decoy turkey. Of course, we periodically get turkeys right here in front of our house, like a flock of wild turkeys. But, you're not supposed to shoot your gun this close to your house, I am happy I'm not in Iran. I don't want to be in Iran. Did somebody tell you I wanted to be in Iran? No, I've never been ISIS. Uh, no, I never have. We used to go to Mammoth during the winter, and the lakes are frozen over in the winter, and Mammoth frozen enough that you can walk out on them, for example. And while my dad's pretty early, and I used to go fishing in Mammoth a lot. I don't believe we ever fished in the winter. We just snowed in the winter, fished in the summer. You have job, family, wife, everything Iranian cannot make. Oh, I don't have a job. I used to have a job, but I don't right now. I'm fortunate that I don't need to have a job at the moment, but I'm trying to set things up such that we won't need to worry about money indefinitely, and it's going to be a little bit of a complicated undertaking. So, I'm not like most Americans. I'm an unusually fortunate American, so it's important to remember that. This is not just default standard operating procedure for Americans, but it's also the case that depends where you live. Like, in some places, you're going to get a lot more house and land for your money than other places. Other than California, which is not a place to get, in general, a lot of land and house for your money. We got a good deal on this place for California, but probably you get an equivalent place with a lot more land in another state for the same price, or an even bigger house or whatever. YouTube doesn't want me having health tubes on camera. I also get age restricted. Not that I necessarily want teenagers or whatever here, but I just think that probably, I think you can watch, I never do this, but I think you can watch YouTube when you're not logged in, and probably that would preclude such people from viewing it. So I don't want that to happen. So, I try to avoid getting age restricted. I'm not necessarily age appropriate. I've been getting more age appropriate, I've been reducing the amount of vulgarity, profanity, etc. Trying not to smoke on camera. It's kind of like getting myself practiced at being more successful than I am in some sense as well. When it's quite likely that the more people viewing your stuff, the more possible Karens who might flag you, the more likely you might get some kind of punishment from YouTube. I don't know if that's how it plays out or not, but it's just a consideration I factor in. I don't have my glasses with me, so I can't read the chat since I get back inside. Oh, it's so lovely evening. It's cold, but not too cold. There's no bugs. The stream sounds lovely. Quiet, still, except for the stream, obviously. But I mean, still, there's no wind. And the animals are quiet. Can't really hear the crickets because maybe it's a little too early in the year for that. We've had a late cold snap here. We had snow as recently as like a week ago. It's very sad that USC lost its basketball game today, but what are you going to do? You can't control how a bunch of young ladies from Los Angeles play basketball. Darn those Yukon Huskies. They're a pesky bunch, I tell you. I was happy on the other hand that Iowa beat LSU. If USC had won that game, I would have had all four correct in one of my women's brackets. I would have had all four Final Four correct. Instead, I will only have 3 correct. So I picked SC over UConn. Do you care about your health? Yeah, I care about my health. You're good at vape, you breathe better. No thanks for the unsolicited advice. For young men, is it okay to use cigarettes? It's not up to me. My opinion doesn't matter at all on that. You worry about you and your body. You're 28 years old. You don't need me telling you what to do. One way or the other. All sensible people understand things accordingly. They don't go around telling 50-year-old men how to live their lives. Like, it's both insanely presumptuous and just absolutely silly. Like, oh, is that what's stopping me from quitting? Is because I didn't have Ryan come in? Whoever it was, who was it who said that? Well, I'm not hitting any meth pipes or crack pipes. Sorry. Sure, I got plenty of Riz. I don't have any pain about LGBT at all. Obviously, everyone can do what they want with their bodies. Oh, I don't care. It's impossible that I would notice such a thing. I don't pay attention to that kind of thing. It does tell me like my last 3 subscribers on the dashboard. That's the only thing I ever see about that. I sure am. One day, the gender spectrum innuendo will be brought to light. Once upon a time, malaria was considered witchcraft until quinine was found. I'm not sure what you mean by all of that. Your cat is cute. Came it here to video? I don't know what that means. Hi, JJ. JJ's back, everybody. I believe she is a dancer or an ice skater, one of the two. Not sure. Okay, well, thanks for sharing your experience, Ryan. My experience is that I have a million people come in here and tell me to stop smoking, start vaping instead, or various other pieces of unwanted, unsolicited advice. And predicated on the insane notion that somehow they're random words to somebody that you haven't even spent any time around the channel, That's kind of somehow influenced me. I don't know. You must have a strange understanding of reality, I guess. Yeah, Gigi is a dancer. She does tap, hip hop, jazz, the whole 9 yards. Latigas GM. I don't know what that means. I mean, let you be you. I like Latigas GM better, I think. Latigas GM. There's my kitty. Oh, yes. What a sweetie patootie you are. And what a beauty patootie. Yes. And there's my other cat over there. I could point it this way here. Hello, are problems always the fault of others? No. Is it possible that we also behave badly? Sure, of course. And others make us feel good? Sure. I don't think anybody's claiming that somebody else is always at fault. Sometimes we're at fault, That's why there's things like guilt, accountability, etc. Well, you do not want to switch cats, JJ, believe me. This cat named Trouble is exactly as named. He's nothing but trouble. My other cat, Capio, she's a sweetheart, but Trouble is not a sweetheart. Trouble's like chilling right now, but even now he's sitting where he's sitting to kind of like establish spatial dominance. So that way, if Capio wants to go anywhere, like he's preventing her from going to the kitchen without having to pass by him. And he will allow her to go behind him upstairs where he wants her to be. He doesn't believe she belongs downstairs with the rest of the people. I wish trouble would sit on me. Trouble's too, like, has to be his way or the highway about everything. He doesn't sit on me. He instead lies on my feet when I'm trying to sleep when I is exactly what I don't want him to do. It's exactly what trouble always does is what I don't want him to do. But that's fine. I mean, not everybody's like that, Roger Namack. I do not accuse others first and foremost. I'm most likely to be incredibly self-critical and even self-loathing, and expect myself to uphold this standard of like kind of social perfection. Um, like when I was in a relationship with a toxic BPD person who was just continually trying to hurt my feelings, I'd always try to compare those statements that were designed to hurt my feelings against some kind of reality and see if I were actually like that. What, were you actually selfish here? Were you being selfish? How can you interpret it as that she's correct? So it very much depends on the individual person. I'm prone to blaming myself too much. So is Rachel, even more than me. Other people are the opposite way, you know. Um, Certainly, I don't think I'm perfect, you know. You know, some people blame other people, some people blame themselves too much, some people blame other people too much, some people try to be objective, and it's still difficult. How do I get past my painful history? I don't know. Especially if you're SI up high in the stack, which is say you know first by your own experience, then those memories will probably haunt you forever. And I don't know how to deal with that. I'm not a, I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, you know. I'm just a guy who YouTubes. Does your alley cat clean in your area, or is it an apartment cat? These cats are both inside outside cats. We live in a house, not an apartment, and they have cat doors they can go in and out of. But unfortunately, even though we have cat doors, they like to scratch at the front door anyway, much to my annoyance. Does he clean in your area? What is that? I don't know what it means, clean in your area. Uh, like we have a litter box, but they could also go to the bathroom outside. They do bring in mice from outside. Both the cats do. Capilla is probably a better hunter than Trevor. I mean, she definitely is. Capilla one time brought in a baby rabbit when we were back in LA. I mean, the thing is, JC, part of the reason why I don't have anything useful to say about that is that I just answered a multiplicity of questions that might have been implied by that. I wasn't sure what exactly the one was. If I ever used Mary Jane, yeah, I smoked it all the time. Um, JC, part of the reason why I can't answer your question is because I don't share any kind of comparable experience in terms of, like, say, childhood trauma or anything. I do have bad memories, and I don't have any answer to how to stop them from haunting me. They still haunt me, but like the happier and more engaged I am with life, the less so. I guess it's less extant or less present in my life. Faded. Uh, I'm not sure. Casey Alex asked why and how another person would respond in their most proper thinking stream. I think JC might be asking about techniques one can try. I don't have any. I don't know any techniques. Uh, I I too have spent parts of my life very much haunted by intrusive thoughts you would call painful memories, and I didn't apply any particular techniques or anything. It is the case that after after they bounced around in my head a certain amount of time, I guess I got desensitized to them somewhat. but that's not a technique, you know. That was just it's just time passing, really, and me getting desensitized to stuff. But it's also the case that it's just sort of, it's hard to say chicken egg whatever. But thanks, Akeisha. Uh, like um, obviously, as I've become more interested in various things in the last couple of months, has corresponded with a decrease in the presence of those kind of intrusive thoughts. But it's hard to say whether it's a is whether it's the effect or cause or neither. Ryan says my last relationship ended because I tried and the girl just didn't care. It just came to the point where you have to have respect for yourself. Yeah, sure. I mean, if it's one sided, it's one sided. That wasn't one of the options on the poll, but it certainly is an option in reality. Chef Wax produced it, says you cannot make steel without iron. Around 70% of the iron in the human body is found in the hemoglobin of red blood cells. It's an interesting way of describing intrusive thoughts. I don't think necessarily all intrusive thoughts are bad memories. I think my intrusive thoughts are bad memories. My parents are getting divorced and I hate my life at the moment. Don't do that, Quinn. Absolutely do not do that. Okay? Especially never even dream of considering doing that when it's motivated by some temporary pain. Alright? And this is a temporary pain. It's gonna hurt for a while maybe, but you'll get over it. It's not. Yeah, well, it might qualify as some sort of technique, say, like go out, do things, um, get more engaged, yeah. But it's kind of ignoring the fact that it's part of a like a holistic life experience, you know. Oh, yeah, don't do anything permanent for over something temporary ever. So avoid that, please, at all costs. Is intrusive thoughts definitionally negative? I would say it's, yeah, I think it's, otherwise it wouldn't be intrusive, right? They'd be welcomed. Yeah, my cats are pretty tough too. I came here to tell you, Scott Taylor says. He came here to tell me something. I don't know what it is yet. We'll find out. It certainly is the case that Trouble is a tough cat, but well, you know what these things are that you're seeing right now? A little something called the mushroom yawns. It's not bedtime. It's just it's a mushroom. I don't know if they're gonna kick you in really or not. It seems kind of. We'll see. I see whether they hit hard or not. But I suspect that these yawns link very much to the ingestion of the mushrooms, um, as they typically do cause me to yawn. Lucas Peterson, you're new here. Welcome. No, it's not time to go to sleep. It's just the serotonin from the mushrooms causing me to start yawning. It's not that I couldn't use some sleep. I could, but um, yeah, I took some mushrooms, and I will hit the bar in a little bit for sure. I'm not sad or anything. I don't need to cheer up. It's just I guess I'm waiting to see what happens with the mushrooms. Yeah, serotonin is linked to yawning for sure. I know I exist. Thank you for reinforcing that reality for me. I'm not sure how many grams I took. I just crushed them up in the bottom of a bowl and kind of ate it as a porridge. Bullseye, Homden. Hello. How long ago? Um, I didn't really note the time, but probably a little less than an hour ago. I guess. I don't really know. Just have to wait and see what happens. Bullseye Homden. I sub you. I'm a YouTuber. Well, thanks, Bullseye Homden. Glad to hear you're a YouTuber too. Have you ever heard of a band called Desert Sands or Warm at Night? They're excellent to fall asleep to. I've never heard of that band before. Nali Sibo Maganuka says Psyche. You race and drift, huh? Like with your car, I'm imagining. Uh, if I ever drift my car, something's gone terribly wrong. What do mushrooms feel like? They feel like mushrooms. They're, it's really hard to describe. They're kind of like initially disruptive on the way up. I have a Mini Cooper Countryman four-door sedan. I think it might be called a sedan. The come down feels shitty of mushrooms? No, I don't really think so. I got a really nice sounding song in my head last time I had shrooms, recorded humming it and working it on tone and GarageBand. See that I'm not good at GarageBand, so it's taking a while. Oh, I find that even though I play music, like to play music a lot, etc., um, I don't really like to play music on mushrooms. I'm not sure why. I feel like molasses the morning after a trip, but everyone's different. I just don't really do anything for a living. Um, I have an estate that I'm living off of. I used to be a competition flow debate coach. I coached policy debate, Lincoln Douglas debate, and public forum debate. I was the director of a competition debate school for a while. It was very successful, and then I had my own school for a while. Anybody knows about a movie where all of a sudden, when they're talking, two characters in their head start swelling up like a balloon, but the movie continues to play like normal? Or was I tripping? The world will never know. I'm not sure if you were tripping or not. Roger Namick. I don't think that's going to work on me, but let me see. Now you feel your eyelids are heavy. I count until you go to sleep. At 2, you no longer feel your legs or your hands. At 3, you sleep. Sleep now. Ah. Helium is so light that it actually escapes Earth's gravitational pull. That's why it makes balloons float and always gets invited to parties. I am yawning a lot right now, Commander X. And, you know, if in fact I don't really start tripping and I just stay super yawny, then I guess I'll just end this stream and go to bed. But cover rolls are pretty uncomfortable to fall asleep in. Yeah, well, I mean, I ate mushrooms. I didn't eat them to help me to go to sleep. I was not feeling sleepy when I ate them because not long prior to taking half an Adderall, in part to because I don't like to take mushrooms when I'm not on Adderall because the serotonin effects get so heavy sometimes, you know. And as in this case, where I'm just yawning my ass off. Well, I mean, the thing is, I would just go to bed if I believed that mushrooms were just not going to kick in for whatever reason, I wasn't going to start tripping. Like, I can tell I want a little bit of mushrooms, but I gotta give it a little more time to see where they kick in. Yeah, I'm in the yawning, the ascension phase of the mushrooms um, where you feel kind of disrupted in a variety of possible ways, which include, say, yawn, yawn attacks. We'll see if they kick in, C. Smith. Well, usually, Andy Beckwith, what it does is it helps with this stuff that I'm experiencing right now. Eggplant has the highest nicotine level of any vegetable, really. I'm assuming we're not calling tobacco a vegetable. Yeah, I am very at ease at the moment. It's hard to say whether I go to bread or not, but mushrooms are definitely doing something because I keep seeing this light over here moving and it's not moving at all. Can I describe my scent? Just nothing really, just regular. I don't smell anything. My friend drove the boat on something, never told me what. I knew he was tripping. He was waving his hand like a worm wave and laughing, and he got all weird with the boat and hit a little sand. It doesn't sound like it ended well. So, what advice do you have for relationships and personal experience? Well, just make sure you're with the right person. In the right relationship, you shouldn't really have to compromise or sacrifice or work on it. you know, it's just easy and communication is effortless. You're on the same page about things. Bananas are one of the world's oldest known fruits. First cultivated in Southeast Asia and have been grown for over 7,000 years. Honeybees never sleep. How sad for them. A honeybee can fly for 6 miles, as fast as 15 miles per hour. That's a lot further than I can fly, and a lot faster. Cats have dislocated collarbones. Those by picking up one from the chest can hurt the cat. Hmm. Yeah, we did that too, Mike's. I mean, not the last time, Mike's one before. Good night, Roger Namick. Yeah, well, I wait a little longer. I really definitely feel like I could go to sleep, but I didn't take mushrooms as a sleep aid. Pyrite emits sparks when struck by metal. Huh. Me to homie. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a honeybee either. See, my craziest trip was a blue Buddha ecstasy pills quad stacked with a glitter strip in it. It felt like being a bird that could fly underwater, like all the air was water. Hmm, that sounds pleasant, I guess. Maybe. Why do I always have overalls? Well, I just don't change my clothes very often. Me's a homie. Like a strange homemaker overshare, is what you're saying? If you snorted it, you'd puke from just half of one? Oh, wow. That sounds like some strong drugs. I have one kid, yeah, she's 25 years old. She lives in Los Angeles. I'd say there's a bad smell of you. Well, maybe there is. I don't know. It's a specific kind of like a street brand for ecstasy, I guess. Well, that's my interpretation of it. Do I listen to bachata? No, I don't know what that is. There's a bad smell of me. And probably means off of you. Like there's a bad smell coming off of you. Biden 2024 says Mary Kay. Trump 2024 says Cloud 110. There's some deeply insightful commentary on the subject. The gray fox is the only member of the dog family that can climb trees and do so to hunt or for safety scrambling up trunks and jumping between branches. Well, Scott Taylor, sounds like you've had some adventures with the law. Do I love drugs? Yeah, I kind of do love drugs, but I don't do a lot of them anymore, really. Bumblebees use resonance to levitate. So they're physically unable to fly. They live through sky at 60 miles an hour. That's not true. Take me a second to process that. That's not true. Foxes have impeccable hearing. They can hear a watch ticking from 36 meters away and even hear rodents digging underground. Wow. Meet Homies did eating fashion show. I don't know what that means. They were just mad that I jumped the whole creek and they didn't want to get their boots wet. Throw the radio in and traveling from the other side. You hit on your friend's balcony. Hmm. Yeah, you guys don't want to know about hyena females. Believe me, it's a little disturbing. I even borrowed a pair of pants. Good for you. You've been arrested 17 times. Wow. I've only been arrested once. You're determined not to learn, aren't you? I am not going to learn a goddamn thing. Lemurs are considered the world's oldest primates. No, I didn't celebrate trans visibility yesterday. What's the fastest species on two legs? I'm going to guess ostrich. There's a hollow cavity at the center of the body. Breathing is resonating with the electromagnetic field. It's not completely certain there's been research using the type of beetle. Are you talking about bumblebees still? Bees don't fly that fast. Bumblebees don't fly 60 miles an hour. I've seen plenty of bumblebees. They do not fly 60 miles an hour. What is the point of this stream? Wow. It's to convince everybody that they should buy groceries in bulk. That's my point. That's the single point of this stream. To convince everybody to buy groceries in bulk. Because I believe it's a more sensible way to do things. What's the point of your watching live streams? Why do you do it? Why should people what? I'm in a gay relationship, I need advice. Okay, I'm not normally in the advice giving business. So my Steelers prods said, that's the point of the stream. I didn't say to give advice. Now, I think what he's also asking is why should people watch it? I don't know if people should watch it. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. And whoever is deciding for themselves if they want to watch it, then they want to watch it, you know. What am I supposed to do? Tell them what they're supposed to watch? How am I supposed to know what they're supposed to watch? TWFP sponsored by Costco. The truth is, the point of this live stream is actually not to talk about bulk grocery buying, although I think it's a good idea. How many genders are there? I don't know. 6. 6 genders. Man, sort of man, medium man, sort of lady, pretty much lady, and all the way lady. Those are the 6 genders there are. Okay. I do not want to play hockey. Okay. Scott Taylor, I will get hurt if I play hockey. So hopefully now everyone knows where the 6 genders are. No, I cannot play hockey, okay? I cannot be on ice skates, that's for sure. If you're talking about field hockey, I might be able to play that without getting hurt, but I cannot. Air hockey, maybe I could play without getting hurt. Um, but ice hockey, not so much. I think I'm all the way at cruising altitude. I would say that these mushrooms are not going to kick very hard, probably. But I'm tripping a little bit. No. They're exactly 6, okay? This is what people get it wrong. People think there's either exactly 2 or there's whatever number. It's actually exactly 6. No, 6. 6 got Taylor. You're off by 81. This is a substantial amount to be off by. And yes, Mexico is dangerous. I have no desire to go to dangerous Mexico. What's the weirdest thing you could do with a puck? Well, I'm sure there are a lot of weird things you could do with it. The weird thing I could do and the worst thing I will do with a puck are very different things. I don't tend to think in terms of what I could do. Too many possible things I could do. This just can turn our heads 180 degrees. They have a flexible joint that enables them to swivel their heads. Well, good for them. I'm glad. Hi, Elaine. How you doing? I'm your favorite streamer? Wow. Well, is someone who doesn't live in Mexico but is Mexican be constantly in a Mexican state? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't understand why that will require them not to live in Mexico. Why would living in Mexico preclude the logic of the rest of it? You know what I'm saying? You can level a wiggling table with a puck. That's 2. That's true. Although, if your table is wiggling, you need to stop making something that is alive be a table. It might be wobbling, but if it's wiggling, then it's definitely alive, and just let it be something other than a table. Diarrhea says, "Hello, you ornery old fart. How the hell are you?" I'm doing fine, thanks. Am I the ornery old fart? I don't feel very ornery. I may be old. I'm not sure if I'm a fart or not. I'm not sure what one has to do to qualify to be a fart or not. What does this temperature say? Yeah, it's actually 71. That's fine. I'll just go to the bathroom and put on a jacket. Go outside for a bit of a cigarillo. A bit of a warm cigarillo. Okay, you guys look that way so that you don't see my wiener. Okay? If you saw my wiener, I'd have to poke all of your eyes out. or else I get in trouble with YouTube. They have that one stipulation. You'll get a pass if you can establish that you've poked out all of the eyes of everybody who saw it. Then it's fine. You don't get a strike. Oh, wonderful urine. Such a fabulous liquid friend. The lovely life of a urinator. That's the life I lead now. I never dreamed it could someday be me. But here I am, peeing, celebrating life, making urine many times a day. What they call living the golden dream. And if I really get lucky here, I may even end up living the brown dream. Hi, Mr. Kitty. You're coming to sit with me. And now you've left. How fickle of you. Okay. Let's see if I can figure out how to pull up my pants. Yeah, I mean, obviously, pulling down and pulling up again overalls is substantially more of an undertaking than regular pants. But you know, I always say it's a labor of love. Yes, of course, because when you really love your overalls, you never work a day in your life. Let me get a thing of water. So, you know, I'm tripping kind of mildly here. It's pretty mild. I think the issue is put too much liquid into my porridge thing. I didn't drink the juice. But that's fine. Okay. Turn this around. So I'm feeling a little like destabilized, you might say. You need to be alone, not with a boyfriend, Sadie. Sadie doesn't need your unsolicited advice either. The hole in the wall. How big is it? You're talking about my cat? First of all, it's a he, not an it. And he's very big. Ducks have excellent vision. The shape of their eyes allows ducks to see near and far objects simultaneously. I also have 3 eyelids. Really? Well, 2 more than I have. Actually, 1 more than I have. They have 3 eyelids between their 2 eyes, or 3 eyelids on each eye. I'd be kind of maybe more impressed if they had 3 eyelids that they shared between 2 eyes. Something like that, I'm sure, would require, the, something like that would require the head swiveling abilities of the praying mantis. But, applied to a 3rd eyelid that shifted over here and then back over here. I have to be on a little track like an inkjet printer, like the ink in an inkjet printer, I guess I should say. Okay, I would think, I'm like, wow, it's got a lot colder the last 10 minutes, but I thought it was like, is the heater not working? It feels like it's like 65 in here. It was actually 71. Just my coldness perception is off. Margarine's arm makes me feel a little pukey. Well, that's true. And cigarettes don't usually help with that. Well, being outside in the cold night air does help with that. Somebody was suggesting ginger, and still don't have any ginger, so that doesn't do any good. I might have. Actually, I don't think we have any anymore, but I think we did have ginger ale at one point. I could look in the liquor cabinet in the pantry. In theory, you might still have some. I could also take a couple of antacids. Might chill my stomach out a little bit. It usually doesn't really help with mushroom pukiness. Not feeling particularly stomach acidy. I'm gonna eat one of those. But basically, too tired to take mushrooms. And I took them, and then I didn't feel tired at that moment. So the consequence, I don't really feel like I'm tripping on stable ground, you know. Well, of course, it's not kicking very hard tonight, which is nice. Partially maybe because of that, partially because probably more to do with the fact that I didn't drink the juice. Normally, if I put the right amount of liquid in, it makes like this oatmeal that I just scooped the whole thing up. But tonight I got like soup and I didn't feel like drinking the liquid at the end. Of course, the bad thing about when mushrooms don't quite hit as hard as you want them to is that you still gotta like wait another week to take them. Oh, it's I'm going to. I mean, I don't feel like doing them that, more often than that anyway. But this is probably an ill-advised decision on this occasion. And it's sort of like let me squeeze what I can of the end of this Adderall bottle. I don't take mushrooms on Adderall. I definitely feel like I'm gonna puke. Hopefully I don't, but I probably will. Sometimes it passes, sometimes it doesn't. This doesn't really feel like it's gonna pass, but we'll see. We give it a little time. The house next door to the other house we got down the street, they have a rooster. Fortunately, ain't nobody right around here has a rooster. But even if they did, this house is super soundproof. Like sometimes the dog across the street barks or whatever, and I just go inside. I can't hear it at all. I have no nipples. Duckbill platypus have no nipples to feed their offspring. Instead, milk oozes from their skin. It's gross. RJT just chilling. So many people have said that to me. I don't really have a moment of reflection. I guess I was outside about whether I should take any mushrooms or not. I guess you call that reflection. What are you doing, Trouble? What? What's going on? You look like there's been a mouse or something inside. You're smelling around. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. Really smelling a dead mouse that I took outside yesterday. Or earlier today, whenever that was. There's a town called Dildo in Canada. I'm sure they didn't. It wasn't generally known to mean that when they named it. Probably. Well, I did not have a heart attack, but I am actually getting pretty tired. Um, I think I might possibly go to bed, but probably not right this second. Might be a good idea to go to bed right this second, but I think I'm gonna take a couple Tylenol. Maybe a couple of Benadryl. And maybe I'll go lie down and tell a bedtime story. I mean, I know Rachel's in there, but I don't think she'll mind. I gotta blow my nose. I got the yawn nose run. What was that? What is that? Okay, I'm back. Good night, JC. Yeah, it's cut even through the mushrooms. Her ability obviously works. Okay. So let's get into bed. And we are going to tell a bedtime story, okay? And you're all going to enjoy this wonderful bedtime story. If you're thinking that maybe you want to go to bed, well, maybe this will help you go to bed. You know. Obviously, you're going to have to be pretty brave because my bedtime stories are told in the dark. So you're going to have to, not be afraid of the dark. I don't know if you got that in you or not. but if you do, you just close your eyes, relax, and be carried away to slumberland on the wings of a beautiful story. I think you're going to find it absolutely as delightful as it sounds. Alright, got paper towels to blow my nose. I got water. Hi, darling. I'm coming in here. I'm going to plan on telling a bedtime story.
Okay.
So, I'll point the camera this way first. Turn the light off so you can see what I'm doing.
I love your guts.
Thank you. Okay. Hit this inhaler. All right. Let's get into Brad. Like her name was Fred. Let's get into Brad like a bread connoisseur. Rachel went into the kitchen to get something to eat. I will turn you towards me temporarily, but she's in her underwear, so hold on. That way, there. So we'll wait for her to come back, then we'll start this wonderful bedtime story that you're going to enjoy so much. Why are you going to enjoy it so much? Because it's so unbelievably delightful, that's why. It's a story that captures the heart of what it means to be a human being. It's about love, loss, triumph, victory, defeat. It's about everything and nothing all at the same time. It's about your mom. It's about your dad. It's about your whole family. But at the same time, it's not about your family at all. That's one of the crazy things about this story, is how it does all of those things. Okay. So, let's tell a bedtime story. Once upon a time, there were two twin brothers named Julian and Jolien. Anyway, Julian and Jolien were identical twins. Unlike a lot of identical twins, they felt a very close camaraderie, sometimes even finishing each other's sentences and so forth. And anyway, after completing high school, they went to the same university, Columbia University, where Julian and Jolien both became theater majors. And, they had an inroad, inner track to any roles that involved identical twins, obviously. Unfortunately for Julian and Jolien, both two things were the case. They were very bad actors, and there just wasn't that many. There weren't that many plays that involved identical twins as characters in the play. So as a consequence, they were pretty disappointed with their theater experience at Columbia. Their professors, their fellow students, everybody kept telling them, "You're terrible at acting. Why are you a theater major?" And they say things like, "What do you mean that I'm terrible at acting?" People say, "You can't even act normal normally." And then they do this little twin routine they do where they take turns saying each of them take turns saying one word to complete a sentence. Anyway, Julian and Jolien, they were upset by their lack of dramaturgical opportunity. So they said, "You know what? That's it. This is anti-twin oppression. We're gonna have a protest." So they put up flyers all around the campus saying, and the town too. I'm not sure where Columbia is. It's in New York someplace, but presumably it's not like in the heart of New York City, but maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway, they put up flyers. It is in New York City. They put up flyers all around New York City, of course, and everywhere else, saying, "Come join our protest at the drama department at Columbia University for their anti-twin discrimination." So, they are there the day of the appointed protest. Julian's there in his sharpest and bluest suit. Jolien is with him. He has on a equally sharp and equally blue suit. And unfortunately, their waiting is like 10, like 9:49, 9:59, 10 o'clock. Why isn't anybody here yet? 10:01. What, 10:01? Who should walk in? Just one other pair of twins. And it's lady twins, though. So that Julian and Jolien can have a love interest, you see. And their names are Barbara and Barbara. Anyway, Barbara and Barbara.
Barbara?
Well, they're identical twins or so.
Wow.
Anyway, Barbara and Barbara are like, "Are we at the right place? Is this the right protest?" And Julian and Charlie go, yeah, this is the right protest. Unfortunately, nobody else is caring enough to show up. And Barbara and Barbara say, well, we care enough to show up because we experienced the exact same kind of discrimination described on your flyer. And Jolly and say, you mean you were discriminated against by the lack of plays that feature identical twins in them? Barbara say, yes, exactly. We're students at another university here in New York. I don't know, call it NYC. And like you, we have not been able to be in our school's plays because they haven't had enough plays with identical twins in them. And, then Julian and Charlie look at each other and say, well, at least you guys have the parent trap. As boys, we don't even have anything. and, and Barbara said, wait a second. You guys are theater majors. Are you straight? And then they say, actually, yes. Would you like to go out and have some lunch? So then they go out to lunch, all four of them. And at first, they're not sure, like, who should get with who, right? Because everybody looks the same. Well, I mean, not everybody looks the same. just, just the two guys look the same and the two girls look the same. Well, you understand where I'm going with this here, right? So they just decided, all right, look, obviously this relationship is meant to be. Barbara, accordingly, you should get with the other regular named person, Julia. And then Barbara, you should also get with the other unusually named person, Jolien. So they all agreed and shook on it. In fact, they wrote it all down on a napkin and signed it. And then they had lunch. And then after lunch, they all got married. The end. Oh. Oh. It's like I didn't have any real giggles or anything with these mushrooms. And so I started telling that wonderful bedtime story. Maybe for as long as I have a little more electricity on the phone, I'll tell you another bedtime story.
I like your style.
Once upon a time, there was a farmer, and he grew papayas. And he had a lot of papaya trees. And every year, the papaya trees would grow taller and taller. And you have to climb up higher and higher to get the papayas. And one year, this is an old folk tale, by the way. Okay. This is from China, 86 BC. Anyway, one day, the old papaya farmer came out of his farming house and shook his fist at the tall papaya trees and said, "Curse you, papaya trees! You're so tall now. How am I ever supposed to climb up and get the papayas?" And the gods heard heard the farmer. We'll call him Papaya Man, okay? And of particular, there is one god who heard the farmer and was unhappy. And it was Papayatron, god of papayas. And so he, as the man was shaking his fist at his papaya trees, Papayatron hurled a bunch of papayas at him from the heavens until he was buried in a big pile of papayas. And after all the papayas had stopped falling, he's like, okay, okay, I get it. I'm sorry. I love you, papaya trees. Even though you're so tall. And Papayatron was satisfied. He blessed the papaya man with bountiful hot papaya harvests for the rest of his life. And the moral of the story is don't curse your papaya tree because it grows too tall. it's an excellent moral we should all learn and apply in our lives. Next, I will tell you the story of the three wise chickens. This is also from 86 BC China. Once upon a time, there were three wise chickens. One was known as the chicken of the West. It was wise about the future. One was known as the chicken of the East. He was wise about the past. And the third chicken was known as combo chicken, chicken of the North and South. And he is wise about things that are neither the past nor the present. And so one day, the three wise chickens were hanging out as they usually do at the watering hole, pecking at some water, clucking at each other as chickens do. When all of a sudden, an old farm goose walks by. And you might say, what does a farm have an old goose for anyway? Well, this farm, they just kept an old goose around. And this old farm goose comes up and says, "Hey, three wise chickens, will you answer my question?" So the three wise chickens look at each other and they all nod and they go, "Okay, yes, we'll answer your question." And so the old goose says, uh, "What is the meaning of life?" And the wise chicken is wise about the past says, "Life is always what you've already done." And the wise chicken about the future says, "Life is always what's coming to be." And the other chicken says, uh, I don't know. The goose says, obviously, "Hey, I thought you were three wise chickens." And then the third chicken says, "Yes, and the mystery is which one of us is not wise." And the goose says, "Well, obviously it's you." Because you said you don't know anything. And she says, "Aha, but maybe not knowing things is actual wisdom." And the ghost wisely points out, "No, that's not wisdom, that's ignorance. Those are totally different things." And the third wise chicken says, "But are they?" And the goose says, "Yes, obviously they are." Then the wise chicken in the west says, "I'm going to have to agree with the goose here. I'm sorry, but wisdom and ignorance are different things." Then the chicken in the east chimes in, "I hate to pile on, chicken of the north south, but I agree with chicken of the west and also this goose here. Wisdom and ignorance are different things." And from that day forward, they were known as the two wise chickens and their one idiot brother. The moral of the story is, don't be a dumbass. What I think we can all agree is a good moral for a story to have. Well, that's going to do it for tonight's live stream. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful bedtime stories as much as I did.
Well, that's the end.
Yeah, that's the end. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody.